अब देखिए आकाश भाई, हल्का सा और नीचे करके एक मारो
और इधर थोड़ा सा
अलॉट किया था ना
बस जैकेट मारो
आज का नहीं है
हाँ ये इधर आइए, ये प्रोग्राम चलेगा वैसे यही रहेगा ना वीडियो का, ये मैंने आएगा ना मेरी वीडियो में करने होगा तो इनको तो इसी जूम कर लेंगे, जूम करके जब वीडियो चलेगी तो फिर उसको जूम करके ये बस चले जाएगा इससे।
क्लोज करो आसिफ, क्लोज करो।
कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल वाला कह रहा हूँ, सेनेट हॉल वाला
सारी एक ही में
आपसे अनिता मैम से कल स्पेसिफिकली मेन हॉल का वो आपने
और ऊपर
वो चल रहा है, आपने उनको ये लिस्ट क्यों दी?
क्योंकि उन्होंने मुझे कल बोला था कि आज से सारे लिस्ट चाहिए।
ना लिया वाइट कर लिया यार
यार अगर तुम्हें पता है तो हमने बोला
ये तो
आज बनाया
सही है।
उधर घुमाओ
ऊपर देखना एक लिंक था इसमें स्प्रेड करना
सेम लिंक है ना
आई
जो तुमने क्रिएट किया ना वो अपकमिंग वाला है। हाँ बस उसी पे
उसने कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल के लिए भी क्रिएट कर दिया संजीव वो हमारे आईडी से नहीं है ना, कॉन्फ्रेंस आईडी किस
वो वेब सपोर्ट मेरी अपनी पर्सनल आईडी है।
जीरो वाइट है ना?
बोल रहा हूँ
हाँ जीरो आइडिया
सब बॉक्स वाले सब।
मैं ड्रॉ वाला कर सकता हूं।
कोई बात नहीं करो
हाँ
ठीक है तो क्या करते हैं
किस क्या इसमें दो
वो ये कल हमने ये सॉल्व कर लिया था। सुनो कल ये हमने ठीक है हो गया, लेकिन बात ये थी भाई तो मैडम को जो भेज रहे हो हमको तो पहले भेजो, उसको मैडम
यार,
भेज दे रहे हो
हेलो
भाई मैं हर चीज अपग्रेड कर रहा हूँ। नहीं तुमने बना दिया प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, तुमने बना दिया वो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, तुम बिना बताए
कल भी यही हो रहा था ना तो एडिटर नहीं है
और एक काम नहीं कर रहे थे मतलब में आता है ठीक है मैडम को लिख दीजिए उसको लिख दीजिए यही कह रहे हैं
वहां बोर्ड नहीं
तो छोटा लीडर लाएगा ये तो लाल
लगे तो नहीं छोटा नहीं
तो वही
ये है इधर
वही खराब वाला देखो अब तुम छोड़ो एक मिनट
छोटा है
जो है ना इसलिए हमें नहीं आ रहा कोई सारा नहीं कर रहा यार
छोटा है भैया कहां से
इसमें आपके
बैनर खोल दीजिए
अरे क्या नाम है तो 3 आईडी चली गई तो क्या करें
इसी कैमरा ऑन वाला
वहाँ पे आए थे
तो बात करें
आगे कर दिया आगे
हमारे पावर है तुम्हारे में
पावर आगे राइट
Morning to each one of you present here. I, Aishwarya Rajput, extend a warm welcome to you all in this session centered around healthcare and nutrition. To shed more light upon this respective session track and introduce our speakers, I would like to hand over the session to our respected co-chairs. Professor Kawaljeet J.S. Anand, who is Professor of Pediatrics, Anesthesiology, Perioperative and Pain Medicine at Stanford University. He is also the Director of Stanford Child Wellness Lab at Maternal and Child Health Research Institute, Stanford University. Dr. Raj Shah, Founder, President and CEO of Smart Care Dog. He is Chairman of Health Council and Board of Directors, Wheels Global Foundation. Dr. Raj Bhayani, President, American Association of Physicians of Indian origin. He is the first ENT surgeon in India who completed training in neurosurgery and also has a fellowship in facial, plastic and microvascular surgery. I would now like to request Dr. Raj Shah to present the bouquet shawl memento to our respective guests as a token at March of Dimes. Dr. Raj Shah, who is serving as the co-chair in this session. Shri Anand Kadali, Trustee and Secretary Shri Satya Sai Annpurna Trust. Secretary of Annpurna Trust engaged in overseeing the growth and expansion of flagship Annpurna Breakfast Program that serves free daily morning nutrition to over 1 million needy school children, attending 11,000 plus mostly rural schools across 23 states and 4 union territories of India. And lastly, we have Dr. Veena Chintapalli, who is CEO and the founder of B-Side Institute of Educare 2002. She is also the founder of and CEO of San Antonio A through Z Pediatrics, who retired in December 2018.
इसमें कहाँ
ऊपर लाइट नीचे
अच्छा ये इस माइक से पूरा हॉल कवर हो रहा है
कल
भी यही हो रहा है
वो लोग वहाँ पे बोल रहे थे जब उसके बिना आवाज़ नहीं आ रही थी
वही तो पॉइंट है
वहाँ बोल रहे थे हम कैमरा यहाँ पे
नहीं वो सही है लेकिन जब तक वो लोग कैमरा ऑन नहीं करते वो ऑन करना माइक बोलो उसमें हेलो तो ये आवाज़ तो
ये आवाज में ये कैप्चर करेगा
ये अब कैप्चर कर रहा
वही तो कह
है
रहा
बंद करो माइक
हूँ कि वहाँ से
और फिर बोलो हेलो देखो आवाज़ नहीं आ रही वो कैप्चर कर रहा है
वो ये बोलेगा जो आवाज स्पीकर से निकलेगा फिर वो ये
हाय।
कैप्चर करेगा
हेलो हो गया था ईशवान
गाड़ी चल रही है यार ठीक है क्या करें ठीक
चल जाता है क्योंकि हमने
स्ट्रीमिंग शुरू करी क्या टाइम है देखो स्ट्रीमिंग फ़ोन पर क्या ठीक है वेबएक्स चेक करो वेबएक्स
कोई अगर
हेलो ठीक है यार हो जाए उसको कैमरे वाले को बोलेंगे ना कि भैया आपके या फिर रोक बैठता है
हाँ वो कोई चले जाते बोल मैं अपने ही मॉडल हो गया वो सब सही हेलो मास्टर वाले सबका तो वहाँ से
अच्छा ऑफ था।
बोलिए। अबे हमारा माइक डिपार्टमेंट है भाई।
इधर देखो पुष्कर, पुष्कर, पुष्कर कुछ बोलो वहाँ से हाथ हिला के।
हेलो 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 हेलो
ये आगे वाला काम।
दवेश दवेश तेरे को आ रहा था स्ट्रीम में आवाज?
हेलो आ रही है आवाज? देखिए स्ट्रीम में आ रही है नहीं?
डिले है।
डिले है?
बस आ रही।
आ रही है आवाज? आ रही है?
हेलो
सही है? हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो
मिस्टर कैमरामैन जी, आवाज आ रहा है? हेलो
राइट डॉट गौरव RAI.GAURAV 770
वो लाइनर में जो एक कुर्सियाँ हैं उसको बस साइड कर दो, वहाँ
पीछे वाला?
रखेंगे नहीं। हाँ
पीछे वाला सही बता दिया साइड नीचे वाला।
वो काम किया PhD स्कॉलर था ना कोई? नहीं क्या नाम है? कोई खाली है नेट पे? सर सेंड कर दिए ईमेल। कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में कौन कौन फर्स्ट ईयर है हमारे? कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में सर? हाँ फर्स्ट ईयर हमारे। कौन गौरव और सेनेट रूम के टेक टीम के हो कि टेक सपोर्ट टीम के हो? टेक सपोर्ट टीम के नहीं सभी सच ही कॉन्फ्रेंस वो बोलो कि ये
hello.
How many people are joining Senate was using online?
On to Mr. Ranjan Ghosh, sir, from IIM Ahmedabad to present the vote of thanks.
I would like to extend a very grateful vote of thanks to the speakers for this session, Honorable Minister Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat and Secretary Department of Water, Ms. Vinny Mahajan, for their excellent, very crisp and very directive views on how water and sanitation are core to our development goals. And thank you very much, both the speakers, for taking out the time and sharing your message with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. For the last section of this plenary session, that is Sustainable Agriculture and Farming, I would request Dr. Sanjeev Behra, sir, Head of Information, Education and Communication Division at RO, to welcome our plenary speakers, Shri L. Prabhakar, sir, Executive Vice President and Head Social Investments at ITC, and Dr. Babu UV, the Head of Research and Development at Himalaya Wellness Company, with bouquet, shawl and memento. I'd like to call Shri L. Prabhakar, sir, and Dr. Babu UV, sir. I would now request Dr. Sanjeev Behra, sir, to introduce our plenary speakers and take the session home.
Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure here to be here and welcome the distinguished speaker for this plenary session on sustainable agriculture and farming.
On this PC,
I don't want to, because of the time paucity, I don't want to go into the details of sustainable agriculture and farming, though it is somewhat actually my role to introduce the topic. But instead of going to the speaker, the first speaker of this session would be Mr. L. Prabhakar, who is the Executive Vice President and Head. Hello.
ये स्क्रीन कैसी रहेगी? वीडियो बंद हो गया क्या? क्या नाम है? अरे इसका नाम मनोज, ये मोहन, इसमें एम्बेडिंग नहीं हुई?
चल रहे हैं लाइव। कभी ना कभी
आपको एम्बेड के लिंक मिलते हैं? और यहाँ पे टेड टॉक का इसमें जो बोलना होगा वो कहाँ से ऐसी आएगी? यहाँ से बोलना है, मतलब ये सुनेंगे तो अगर किससे बोलते हैं तो सुनाई देगा। अरे वहाँ से देखो उसमें आवाज़ आएगी।
हेलो हेलो,
आवाज़ आ रही है?
इनपुट रिसीव हो रहा है। हेलो
नहीं, अरे भाई उनको म्यूट किया ना, इनको थोड़ा म्यूट किया, उनको म्यूट किया, उनकी आवाज़ नहीं चाहिए, ये आवाज़ उसमें आ रही है।
हेलो,
मैं बोलता हूँ
नहीं वो ठीक है, वो वहाँ से पॉइंट ये है कि वेबएक्स में अगर कोई बोल रहा है, मतलब ये मीटिंग पूरी इस पर है ना, वेबएक्स का मतलब ये है कि ये पूरा रूम इसमें ज्वाइन है, सब एक साथ, मतलब एक सिंगल आउटफिट को बोल रहा है। आप समझे ना,
वहाँ से आवाज़ वो हमारी
ये इस पूरे कॉन्फ्रेंस समझ गए ना, मतलब हमको इस Senate Hall? Senate Hall है क्या? हाँ, Senate Hall Senate Hall, मतलब हमको
हेलो,
इसमें आवाज़ आ रही है, देखना।
हेलो,
मतलब इसमें ऑडियो नहीं जा रहा। हम देखो बंद कर।
हेलो,
स्क्रीन शेयर तो हो जाएगा। मोहन सबमिट कर दिया। ओके,
सर देखिएगा
हेलो,
मैं बताता हूँ।
यहाँ से ले रहा है, इसका माइक ले रहा है। हेलो सर, इसका माइक ले रहा है, सुनिए, मैं बोलूँगा, सुना रहा होगा। हेलो 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 हेलो
एक मिनट, सर एक बार इसमें आवाज आ रहा है क्या? वो हम चेक कर दूसरे से लॉगिन करिए। मेरे से करिए। तो मैं कुछ करना नहीं, बोलो पेज डॉट एल /IVC IVC स्क्रीन शेयरिंग करके
स्क्रीन की स्लाइड कॉन्फ्रेंस में
हेलो की आवाज आ रही है? कोई आपने म्यूट तो नहीं कर दिया?
आ रहा लेकिन डिले आ रहा है।
डिले ठीक है, इनकी आवाज आ रही है। हेलो 1 1 1 ओके ठीक है।
कभी ऑडियो ऑफ कर देना, ऑडियो ऑफ कर देना। शायद ऑफ होगा
नहीं उसका काम है कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में एकदम बहुत सारी। तुम क्या कर कहाँ थे? सर नीचे था मेरा। क्या कर मैं मेरा लैपटॉप लेके देवती मंदिर भैया भेज दिया सर, तो ड्राइव पे चेक करने के लिए मेरा लैपटॉप वहीं पे रह गया, तो उनसे ज़्यादा ऑनलाइन रहेंगे, कुछ लोग ऑफलाइन रहेंगे। ये मेरा नहीं है, मेरा लैपटॉप लेकर भैया मैं एक लैपटॉप से मतलब है तुम्हारा उन्हें बात करिए से ऑनलाइन चल रहा है चल रहा है। चलिए बहुत किसी का ले लीजिए। तुम्हारा मेरा नीचे अभिषेक यादव के पास छोड़ के आया हूँ और ये उसका तो अभिषेक यादव को लैपटॉप दे दो ना। हाँ वही लेके मेरा लैपटॉप लेके आ रहा हूँ। मेरी आवाज़ और पीछे उस माइक के बस पकड़ी होगी
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
How can I hear what Vinny Mahajan ma'am and Gauri ji will be telling?
Ma'am, if they are joining on the WebEx, then you can hear as if you are hearing right now. But
Okay.
if they are joining physically here, then the
Okay.
YouTube streaming will be giving their audio also. Is that clear, ma'am?
Okay, so you don't know how they will be joining.
As of now, no, ma'am.
Okay. So what is my time slot? How do I know the speakers before me have spoken,
Okay,
not
ma'am.
spoken?
That we will tell you. So, okay, just a second, ma'am. Just give me 2 minutes. I will tell you the Senate hall
Okay.
time. Senate hall time. Senate hall कौन ऑनलाइन है कौन ऑफलाइन है तो ये बताइए एक बार ये स्पीकर कौन ऑनलाइन ज्वाइन कर रहा मुझे नहीं पता ना ओके मैम फॉर यू द शेड्यूल टाइम इज 11:30
I was told it's 11:45.
You were told it's 11:45. We can attend.
Okay.
And before that we have coaching. If it's 11,
So Vinny Mahajan is not attending?
can you repeat that?
Vinny Mahajan is not attending?
Vinny Mahajan.
11:15 to 11:30 Vinny Mahajan madam का था.
Yes, ma'am. Can you
विनी महाजन मैडम का 11:15 to 11:30 था.
विनी महाजन कोई स्पीकर है विनी महाजन कोई स्पीकर है हाँ उनका एक वीडियो हो गया कहाँ हो नीचे हॉल 5 मिनट का उनका वीडियो था वो शेड्यूल किधर है यार विनी अब वो चिल्ला रही है पता है कौन है IAS है मुझे चिल्ला रही है विनी महाजन उससे पहले बोलने वाली थी तो उसको सुनी नहीं वापस लगा शेड्यूल पे टाइम में तो शेड्यूल चाहिए मिनी महाजन का नाम क्या है उनका वीडियो आया वो चल चुका है काट लीजिए अभी पे लग रहा है मैम we have this mini Mahajan has already spoken around 10:10 on the YouTube stream.
YouTube stream.
Yeah, so I can give you the link right now in the chat where the current YouTube streaming is going on.
Yes, I am seeing that. So that means was she physically present there?
No. She just gave her video which we.
Oh, acha. Okay, understood. Okay, fine. So then mine is 11:30 after Gauriji.
Yes, ma'am.
And Gauriji will be joining physically.
Let me verify that.
I would like to hear what she says. That is why.
Yeah. So she is physically there, she will come. And ma'am, it might happen because the current track is get delayed. there will be subsequent delay in this conference because Gauri ma'am is
That's
down.
not a problem. That's not a problem, but I would like to
Yes,
listen
ma'am.
to what she
Yes.
says.
Yes, ma'am.
So for that, I have to go to the YouTube live streaming to be able to hear her.
Yes, ma'am. And we are constantly in the chat box. We will just, you can see.
Just send me that link.
I will send you the real link, ma'am. Take up here.
Yeah.
Can you see the chat on the right side?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes,
ma'am.
yes.
We will send you this.
Okay.
आया सब्यसाची
हो रहा था नहीं आया कॉल करता हूँ
क्या इसको लैपटॉप लाने की प्रॉब्लम है नंबर लाने के लिए
चेक करिए आ रही है कि नहीं। हेलो हेलो चेक, हेलो 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 चेक, हेलो 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 चेक, हेलो हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो चेक, हेलो 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 चेक, हेलो 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 चेक, हेलो 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 हेलो
मुंह खोल के रखना भाई।
हेलो 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 हेलो
Vikrant, don't do this.
Monu, just please. Monu.
फिर मुतला तुझे
Nayan, please have a seat.
Hello, hello. hello, hello,
hello, hello, hello,
hello, hello,
hello, hello, hello.
hello, hello, hello.
Hello, am I audible? Clear? Yeah, thank you. Hi. Hello everybody, and my apologies again for starting the session late. We finished the previous session a little late, so we are held up a little. We are just waiting for a couple of minutes more, so please bear with us. I'm Gauri Kumar. I don't need, okay, the slide is already there. So my name is Gauri Kumar. We are doing a wonderful project in Himachal. Can you hear? Yeah?
Audible.
Okay. We are just making the final announcement downstairs, and then we'll be ready to start.
Hello, 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 hello.
हेलो
ठीक है.
So now we have everyone that we wanted. Shall I start?
Sanitation and cleanliness are among the humblest of civic virtues, and it is easy to underestimate their significance. A very good morning to each one of you present here. I, Jalaj Divakar Singh, extend a warm welcome to you all in this session centered around water and sanitation. First of all, I would like to introduce to our co-chairs, Ms. Gauri Kumar. Gauri Kumar is a chairperson of Wheels Water Council, retired member of the 1979 batch of Indian Administrative Services, former secretary to Government of India and former chairperson, Public Sector Enterprises Board, Government of India. Dr. Ranjan Ghosh. Dr. Ranjan Ghosh is an associate professor at the Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Prior to this, he has worked at the Department of Economics, Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences in Uppsala, Sweden.
That's
Shri
Professor
Yogesh
Ghosh.
Enle. Yogesh Enle is a founding team member of several leading well-known companies in the IT, consultancy and education fields. He is the co-founder of Nucleus Software, Gross Talent Co. Limited and School of Inspired Leadership. I'd now like to request Professor Anandita Chakraborty to present a bouquet, shawl and memento to Ms. Gauri Kumar as a token of deep respect and regards. I'd now like to request Professor Anandita Chakraborty to present a bouquet, shawl and memento to Dr. Ranjan Ghosh. I'd now like to request Professor Shashi Srivastav ma'am to present a shawl bouquet and memento to Shri Yogesh Enle ji. I'd now like to request Professor Shashi Srivastava ma'am to felicitate Ms. Rupa Mishra, Joint Secretary, Housing and Urban Affairs. Okay. I'd like to request Professor Shashi Srivastava ma'am to felicitate Dr. Manisha Ramesh, Provost, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Now I'd like them to felicitate Sri Joe Fernandez, President and co-founder, IIT Community. I'd now like to request Professor Shashi Srivastava ma'am to felicitate Sri Surendra Makheja, SVP, Jain Irrigation Systems. Thank you, ma'am. To shed more light upon this respective session track and to carry the session forward, I'd like to hand over the session to our respected co-chairs.
A very good morning to the few champions who are present here. And I believe we are more than a handful and we are enough. So very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure and privilege for me to address the galaxy of stellar champions cutting across academia. I find Shashi and Anindita here. Social enterprises, scientific organizations, corporates, and action-oriented thought leaders. Very few of them actually. So very welcome to this session, and I hope at the end of it we are able to come together as a force to reckon for change in this country. Each is imbued with passion and commitment and an aspirational vision to make a difference at the grassroots, at scale and speed. The audience in this room carry between them enormous learnings, sensibility, and connect with ground reality, and I find so many of those champions here. We all agree that water is one of the most critical elements, intimately impacting lives, economy, livelihood, health, and with grave consequences if not addressed now. It is also intricately linked to the achievement of several sustainable development goals, with SDG Goal 6 being to ensure access to water and sanitation to all. Currently, as we are all aware, a major crisis is getting escalated in India, where close to 10 crore people are on the front lines of a nationwide water crisis, and many major cities are facing acute water shortage. This situation is projected to worsen as per United Nations and Niti Aayog reports, with demand growing up and supply getting squeezed. We just heard this morning in the plenary from the Minister and the Secretary of Union Jal Shakti Ministry about their ambitious schemes, Jal Jeevan Mission, Swachh Bharat Mission, and the new initiatives in response to emerging challenges like Amrit Sarovar, and also the thrust on scientific data-based optimal solutions like Atal Bhujal Yojana. Water being a state subject, the action actually is at the state government level with local implementation by the Gram Panchayats. And this adds a certain challenge to the whole situation, as I have seen, because it's neither the central government which is able to drive directly, and the convergence happens at the state level. The Gram Panchayat development plan, as we traversed through Himachal, we learned, I'm not a rural development person, but we learned that that's the plan which is called the GPDP, which is supposed to form the core of decentralized planning for convergence of schemes. Realizing the last mile conundrum, the government is also reaching out to the development partners for institutionalizing best practices through structured collaboration, such as we talked about the Rural WASH Partners Forum. WASH, of course, stands for Water, Sanitation and Hygiene. And we have been invited to be a partner in that. And so let me share with you the story of Wheels Global Foundation's Water Security Pilot Project in Himachal Pradesh. There may be some interesting learnings, anecdotes, things that you would connect with. So our intent was to create a model of sustainable collaborative governance, bringing together the best practices of diverse entities. It is not a project, it is not a state, it is not a sector that we were looking for. When we invest our time and energy and passion, we want to do something which is transformational. So the idea was to create a model where different entities could connect together in a sustainable manner. So we started at the top with the JJM Jal Jeevan Mission Director, who's credited with its rapid progress, a champion director, and you'll soon be listening to her immediately after this. She very precisely articulated the current gaps in execution of the scheme. And our focus here entirely is on execution. It's not about processes, it's about how do we execute effectively. So the brief that she gave me was later validated by the state government and the community during our travel through the state. I think the gaps that she identified remain universal across sectors, namely, number one, need for scientific evidence-based optimal infrastructure. We have suboptimal capital-intensive infrastructure being made in this country with a lot of public funds going in that. We need to ensure that they are scientifically done, they are optimal, most cost-effective. That's number one. Number two, motivation and capacity building of the technical cadres of the state government. The cadres, she said, were demoralized. They didn't have enough capacity, enough knowledge to be able to deliver on the challenge that the government wants them to deliver on. The third thing, community engagement and ownership. Because without community engagement and ownership, whatever you may do will neither be need-based, nor will it be sustainable, nor will there be ownership. How long can the government keep on giving O&M? How long can the government keep pumping water from the rivulets all the way to the top of the hills? And the fourth thing, sustainability. She said, whatever you do, you have to ensure that it is sustainable. Easier said than done. We were also advised to contribute at the state level. So she said, go to the state level, madam, and mentor them. So we formalized an agreement of association. We are very, having been in government, we try to structure everything, have systems and processes in place so that nobody later says, oh, I didn't know we were supposed to do this. So what we did was we made an agreement of association with all the execution partners who we made into a consortium. And we said that this consortium will deliver what we set out to do to rejuvenate the springs. Each partner's responsibility, timelines were pre-decided in consultation with them. And then we went to the, and incidentally, the objectives were very holistic. So we identified 4 outcomes. Natural, 4 number is getting repeated, but I hope it's lucky for us. So natural resource productivity, obviously. Number 2, economic outcomes. Because where does the surplus water go? You have to use it optimally, you have to use it efficiently. Social, and social includes equity, social includes health. And finally, sustainability. So the approach that we adopted was holistic village saturation. The village doesn't want just water. That's an entry point for you. You have to give them holistic solutions. They have to cover everything. And to its independent measurement through IIT Roorkee and socio-economic surveys. So we decided from the very beginning that we want to be very accountable for the outcomes that we undertake to deliver on the ground. That was in April 2021, just 18 months back. So let me take you now through the journey of these 18 months. You would think that that's a great feat. Oh, you got the state government to sign a formal memorandum of understanding, committing to do what you recommend them to do. You've arrived. But for us, that was the beginning of the challenge to live up to the trust and expectations of this fledgling governance model, and I'll tell you how fledgling it was. And the journey of our learning and unlearning. We realized that the action, the motivation, the momentum has to be in the villages, the panchayats, the community, the block and district officers across multiple state departments. On the supply side, it is forest. Himachal has 68.6% forest cover, so you can't do anything without doing something with the forest. Jal Shakti, obviously, because they are the ones responsible for Har Ghar Jal, Har Ghar Nal. Rural development, very interestingly, the most critical department for anybody who wants to do anything at the village level. It also provides local employment. On the supply side, we had agriculture, horticulture, and animal husbandry. So 6 departments in the state government alone. So even in the midst of COVID, this was in June of 2021, we realized the project was going nowhere. We signed the MOU, nothing was happening. So I and my colleague Yogesh, I said, Yogesh, let's go there. He said, COVID. I said, we'll just go. Let's just go. Everybody is going. So we'll just go. So we went there. So we started our yatra of listening and learning with a sense of humility, a sense that we don't know what your problems are. We have come here to figure out your problems. You know, if we knew the problems and the solutions, the country will not be where it is. You know, we believe we have the perfect solutions. But nobody has perfect solutions. Let's be very clear about it. So we went on this learning yatra. We climbed up and trekked down to the springs, talked to almost 1,000 youth, women, elders, community leaders, panchayat representatives, discovering local champions and learning the grassroots reality of Bawdis or Baudi or Nula, and they being treated as sacred so that hygiene is maintained. The tube light reaction was much later, that they revere it as a deity. And this was something told to me, something at a spring that we were visiting by a very elderly gentleman. He said, ये तो हमारी देवी है, हमको उनको देवी के जैसे रवर करते हैं. So that you maintain hygiene around that spring. You don't dirty that spring. We met scores of women lining up the spring with pitchers on their heads. Since the tap water had turbidity and sedimentation, as we later learned, we didn't know why they were there at that time. They had water in the taps. We chatted with the local youth who had lost their jobs in industry in Baddi and who aspired to grow and process horticulture crops, keep livestock. You know, so they shared their aspiration. So I said, क्या करोगे तुम अब? तो अभी तो हम ऊपर चढ़ के, पहाड़ के ऊपर चढ़ना पड़ता है पानी के लिए, to grow horticulture crops. And you would say Himachal is so famous for horticulture, right? There are so many exclusive, unique horticulture crops. But they couldn't grow because they didn't have water. We visited numerous successful and failed experiments by the panchayats for rejuvenating spring. Don't think we are the only ones trying to do it. They were trying to do it already. For storage and for equitable distribution, we learned how it can be done successfully, and we also learned how not to do it. We met some outstanding panchayat representatives and discovered that women sarpanches in Himachal far exceeded the 50% reservation. And this was told to us by the secretary very proudly. We discovered champions. You know, you would think there are only champions in NGOs, social enterprises. You know, we are the ones who are committed to the nation's growth. We found champions among the block and district officers too. Through the inter-department district meetings, with free flow of ideas. So it was like a brainstorming session. And we found a district horticulture officer who said, I would like to grow winter guava. Think about it. an executive engineer who told us that he would supplement the water pumped up from the rivulet below as per his department. He would supplement it with the rejuvenated spring water wherever he could. A block development officer who shared his enthusiasm, when he came in, he was like, nothing can be done. Then we had this session. And then he came out and said, Madam, I think we can do something about it. And then he also shared the travails in execution. As an IS officer, as the secretary of a department, I can take much more liberties in reforming the system, in doing transformational work than a block development officer can. And our job is actually to enable and empower and motivate those people who are working on the ground level. We met project officers and they welcomed scientific-based, evidence-based solutions, and they queried us on projected surplus water to be generated so that they could plan the demand side interventions better. There was a divisional officer, forest officer, and a conservator of forest who pushed us. They were champions. I'm saying there are champions across, and we have to get together champions. And I find champions sitting here in this room. So there was these officers said that, you have given us a lat long of the spring and things, but when we go to do the work on the field, we need Google Earth KML files, which pinpoint where exactly we have to do the work. And we pushed our execution partners to do that, and this is all now available on the portal. On the final leg at the state level, we found a champion secretary and a brilliant director of rural development who offered to get works executed under NREGA if other departments fell short of budget, and it happened most of the time. Forest didn't have money, and Jal Shakti didn't have inclination, or whatever combination. We were queried about the paltry estimates of works to be done by the state government, with per spring cost coming to less than rupees 1 lakh. They whispered, Madam, there's something amiss, The total estimate of works to be done is so paltry. Between forest, Jal Shakti and rural development, it's coming to less than 1 lakh per spring. There's something seriously amiss. And we clarified that that's the whole point of our intervention. Through precise location, identification of aquifers and recharge area, the more precisely you find out the aquifer and the recharge area, the less your cost, because that's the only area you need to work on. We met a secretary who candidly told us they're not here because there are elections in Himachal Pradesh, otherwise we would have had them here. So as this secretary told very candidly that Jal Shakti being an engineering department, we only have engineering solutions which are capital intensive. And he almost said, though I'm putting some words in his mouth, that our pilot was fairly disruptive. We found the underutilized, we discovered, not found, discovered, and he discovered with us that he had the cadre of hydrogeologists who were not being used at all in anything. We spent hours with each department secretary emphasizing the ground reality as we had ourselves experienced firsthand. And it was only with this that I could tell them that not everything is comfortable on ground zero, that we need to be doing something about it, because otherwise everybody wants to be in perpetual denial. I have the best, I know how it's to be done, everything is hunky-dory, nothing is required to be done. But we also met I left out some other people that I need to mention. We found, but the same secretary, the moment I said, can you please install automatic weather stations? We'll do it, madam. And he installed automatic weather. We didn't have money. Wheels Global Foundation, we didn't have enough money. We spent time discussing with them. Then there was this principal chief conservator of forest. And she said, Madam, I was earlier in FRI, Forest Research Institute. And she said that I have worked on rivers. Why I'm mentioning this, because there are some of you who are working in different aspects of water. And she said that I would love to work on wider climate change. Abhishek here, my very worthy champion, and I consider him a very worthy champion actually to help us today. We also met strong resistance to change, to systems and processes that establish accountability of each stakeholder to defined and time-bound tasks and timelines. I don't know how many people have attempted to bring in such discipline and such strict discipline. And this was as much true of our execution partners as it was of government officers at different levels. We had to deal with transfer of most critical allies. We had elections in the state government and delays, and folks dragging their feet to circumvent the speed and discipline. But we persevered. We persevered with determination, leading by example, even sometimes putting my pension fund, and a firm belief that even the kainat, the universe, supports a good intent. If you wish to do the right thing, people will come together. Karma banta jayega. And today we see the karma here. And supported indeed we were by myriad champions who genuinely wished to change the current reality. It was heartening to find that the IIM Ahmedabad team, and I like to acknowledge the champion professor sitting here with us, who readily offered, he might regret it now, but because I pulled him into, a lot of things, but he helped us formulate the collaborative governance framework. He called it collaborative. He said, but what you're doing is collaborative governance. It's a well-established academic thing, but never happened in practice, because practice is different than the academic frameworks that we have. And they found, their team, they went recently for a midterm assessment to Himachal. And they found that the moment has now rightly moved to the community and the field officers. They found the field officers were charged with enthusiasm, the community was enthusiastic. At the state level, it was, so kind of a thing. It's also heartening that IIT Roorkee found evidence of substantial improvement in the spring flows in several springs where we made interventions. And it's all visible on the portal. The village profile, the spring inventory, the KML files, our technical recommendations, the training modules. Remember, Rupa had told me that you need to train people. So all the training modules are available on the portal. The execution of works by the state government, etc. The Watershed 2.0, which was launched subsequently in this financial year, now mandates the inclusion of a spring shed. We, of course, gave our feedback for subtle policy nudge. The state government is now taking up 500 more springs over and above the 50 odd from our pilot. This provides a very welcome multiplier of our funds and efforts. From the initially it was 1:10. So we were putting like 50 lakhs and the total project cost was 5 crore. With 500 more, it has now gone up from 1:10 to 1:100. For every rupee or the effort that we are putting in, we get a multiplier of 100. And that brings me to the last component of Rupa's brief. Rupa is the one who will come next. Rupa's brief for sustainability. How do we replicate, scale, and sustain such transformational initiatives? Yogesh has asked me a number of times, is it, if we can't multiply. There's a Didi sitting here, Didi multiplies Didis. So we need to have that multiplier. So we created a portal from the scratch, and it would not be an exaggeration if I say that between Yogesh and me, we have given almost a year of our dedicated commitment to be able to come up with this portal, which is now recently released to the visitors, to any visitor, for better scrutiny and accountability. We mapped the information at the village level, being the basic administrative unit, with various partners and agencies working in sequence or in parallel. It's very difficult to get convergence at the village level without a technological support. The portal maps the tasks and timelines of all the stakeholders so that together we can achieve the agreed and quantified outcomes. It's a technology execution tool. I think the minister is aware of that, and he had referred in his speech to that. I'm glad. It's a technology execution tool to connect diverse development partners with government at the village level in a seamless and harmonious manner. How do you communicate with government? It's so difficult to communicate. It's difficult even to communicate between two development partners. Each one has his own worldview, has his own attitude, has his own way of doing things. How do you connect to come to deliver a common outcome, a common vision? We share the vision. Everybody sitting in this room shares a common vision, a common outcome. But we all have different pathways, a different worldview. How do we come together in a harmonious manner? That is what this technology tool, we believe, can deliver, and the HP pilot project provides the proof of concept. We have recently opened, as I said, to the visitors for public engagement, visibility and scrutiny. And mind you, there is nothing more than public visibility and scrutiny that keeps everybody going. Now, if somebody doesn't do the work, if the government doesn't do the work, or if the NGO partner doesn't do the work, it will show as delayed tasks. Nobody wants a delayed task against your name. You know, you may tell somebody that the task is delayed, but if it's visible to public, there's a different kind of accountability that comes in. And this portal is designed for replication and scalability, and is available to all our development partners and government agencies as a foundational block, which can be built upon, which can be customized by you as required. I find several grassroots champions in this hall, and to mention a few based on my limited personal experience, I find Vibha here, Vibha Gupta of Magan Sangrahalaya. And you know, what fascinating to me is that there's so much of wonderful work happening. Now, if I were to summarize what she does, she catalyzes local champions to take responsibility, to find solutions. If it's required technology, and I say it's Jugaad technology. We don't need perfect technology, but Jugaad cannot be done by anybody. Jugaad requires intelligence, dedication, commitment, understanding the problem, and a brilliance, which only a Jugaad wala admi can tell you. So, you know, so when I visited there, I found that people are finding local solutions to problems. They're not waiting for the government to give them solutions, but they're finding their own solutions, whether it is in water, agriculture, khadi, livelihood. I find Professor Kannan here. Now, Professor Kannan, what he has done is that he has come up with this spoken tutorial. The spoken tutorial talks to you in your language. So the communication with the community in the last mile becomes easier. I find also GVK, and we haven't had a chance to talk yet, but they are into regenerative farming and marketing. Marketing is a weak link for us. So how do we, you know, when you have to make a big picture, you need to have a collage of components. And what we are trying to do is, our job, we don't know how to do it. We know that we don't know how to do it. We know our weaknesses, we know our strengths, but we are very conscious of our weaknesses, that we really don't know how to work with the community and encourage local people to take ownership of their own lives. We don't know how to communicate effectively with the community in their local language. We don't know how to do regenerative farming, and farming is very critical. I see here sitting Mr. Pran, who has done some wonderful work. So, you know, there are so many people. We talked to some people yesterday. We did some brainstorming. And there are so many people working in their own little silos. They're not coming together to form the big picture. So, my challenge to you today is that when we have so much of inequities growing, and we continue to have such high levels of unemployment, painfully high levels of child wasting at 19.3%, undernourishment at 16.3%. I could go on with the statistics. The challenge is to accept our collective failure to the people of this country. There's nobody here who's above that failure, and we must very strongly have that sense of failure. To recognize that each one of us needs the other to make it into a complete collage of our shared vision, where every child has the freedom to dream and has the opportunity to realize their dreams and her full potential. That we need to pitch in and collaborate for execution of large government projects in partnership with the government for scale, speed, and sustainability. It's only government which can take us on the path of sustainability. I look forward to each one of you confronting that stark reality and accepting the challenge to come together. Let's affirm that we can do it and believe that together we shall. Thank you, all of you. Now here, I was mentioning about Rupa. She's a person who actually pushed me into this. And pushed me is not an exaggeration. So she said, "Madam, you have to go." So the mission director of JJM, and while Rupa comes, I'll just fill in. The JJM mission directors, I asked him, I said, is there something I can do here? I mean, people know my profile of having done some transformational work in government. And he put Rupa after me. And Rupa said, oh, you have to go. This is a brief. You must go. Mentor the state government. So we'll just, Abhishek, whenever Rupa is ready, we are ready. So Rupa is coming online. She was to come here personally, but she couldn't come. She is now the mission director of Swachh Bharat Mission Urban. And she's doing some wonderful things there. So we are like mirror images, and we really enjoy working with each other. ITC, incidentally, I forgot to mention, didn't see you, has done some wonderful work in agriculture. I mean, I'm very familiar with their Chopal. I'm also familiar with your river thing. Now here, I was mentioning about Rupa. She's the person who actually pushed me into this. And pushed me is not an exaggeration. So she said, madam, you have to go. So the mission director of JJM, and while Rupa comes, I'll just fill in. The JJM mission directors, I asked him, I said, is there something I can do here? I mean, people know my profile of having done some transformational work in government. And he put Rupa after me. And Rupa said, oh, you have to go. This is a brief. You must go. Mentor the state government. So we'll just, Abhishek, whenever Rupa is ready, we are ready. So Rupa is coming online. She was to come here personally, but she couldn't come. She is now the mission director of Swachh Bharat Mission Urban. And she's doing some wonderful things there. So we are like mirror images, and we really enjoy working with each other. ITC, incidentally, I forgot to mention, didn't see you, has done some wonderful work in agriculture. I mean, I'm very familiar with their Chopal. I'm also familiar with your river thing. Belatedly, Smita. I was mentioning about Rupa. She's the person who actually and pushed me is not an exaggeration. So she said, madam, you have to go. So the mission director of JJM, and while Rupa comes, I'll just fill in. The JJM mission directors, I asked him, I said, is there something I can do here? I mean, people know my profile of having done some transformational work in government.
Hear me now?
Yes, Rupa, we can. And very welcome to this session. We are missing you here, and we are looking
Namaskar
forward
to everyone. Most respected and dearest Gauri ma'am, I have been, of course, not been very lucky to be able to join you physically there. I was really looking forward not just to join you, but also just spend a little time in on the soil of Banaras Hindu University, about which we've all read, heard while we were growing up, but unfortunately I couldn't make it physically there, so my apologies for that. And warm greetings to everyone there on the dais, those who are there in the audience physically, and also who have connected digitally to this wonderful initiative of very intensive 3-day long conference on making ideal villages and transformation for sustainable growth. I would at the outset like to compliment the Wheels Water Council led by Gauri ma'am and Yogesh ji for their unrelenting efforts and going all the way up to Himachal Pradesh, never say die attitude, talk to multiple government organizations and agencies. And today we see the technology tool live, And more importantly than the tool, which is of course the front end face of it, is the kind of process that they followed and the kind of very structured partnership and a great value that they brought in the sector. And this is exactly what we cherish and look for in partnerships. Dear friends, all of us today are in this extremely historic moment where on one part of the world we are having the COP27 discussions. We are ourselves in a very historic junction in the nation where 75 years of independence have been witnessed by this great nation. And here we are poised with challenges, and as I would say, and all of us, all of you would agree, not just challenges, but incredible opportunities. But challenges get converted into opportunities when amazing partners like you, with extremely focused work plan, approach, and discipline, join hands with government to set forth and achieve the national priorities. We say that we are working for people's voice. It's actually not the government's voice, but it's the people's voice. And it's the people's voice that gets integrated into the national priority and the national agenda. So when we are talking about water and sanitation, or even for that matter, health, hygiene, environment, all these sectors, today the time is, there cannot be any kind of an ad hocism. Budget no more drives national missions. Saturation, sustainability, and participation drives national missions. And those were times, there were times when we would look at targets, we would look at budgets, we would look at some kind of yearly movement. But here today the country has set its tone on a very, very different kind of aspirations, and that is leaving no one behind. So the moment we say leaving no one behind, it is gigantic. And as all of us would realize, in a country like India, to leave no one behind and to provide access to equitable and quality services in water, sanitation, or health hygiene is incredibly aspirational. But this is very much doable. The journey has begun, the journey is going on, and all of you are part of this journey. All of us are working together in this. And as Gauriji was just mentioning, the approach and the topic that she has assigned me is to look at the approaches that bridge gaps. In fact, the approach which was just presented for Himachal Pradesh is one such example that actually bridges the gap and strengthens the arm of government and government initiatives. When in 2014, Honorable Prime Minister announced the program Swachh Bharat Mission, at that point of time, 12 crore Indians did not have access to individual household toilets. And the Prime Minister took everyone by surprise when from the ramparts of Red Fort, he spoke of sanitation, spoke of cleanliness, and spoke of access to toilets. And very importantly, he spoke of people's movement. And if you will recollect, that's the very first time when people's movement and Jan Andolan was actually brought in a very big way in any government program. So gone were the times when toilets would be built in targets, the engineers would build toilets, toilet would be looked as an infrastructure. So the approach itself from day one was different. The vision was, this is a social program, this is a people's program, it is not an infrastructure program. In fact, in drinking water also, today under Jal Jeevan Mission, the approach is the same. The entire discussion does not begin with engineering solutions or with infrastructure, and these are, as it is completely, there's a consensus, and urban local bodies, state governments, and the central government and NGO partners all are on board that we cannot look at these only as engineering solutions. So the moment we are talking of social infrastructure, social programs, we have to look at the entire 360-degree approach. So today, in terms of policy is the policy is quite aspirational and forward-looking in India, be it in the health or in the sanitation or in the water sector. The core issue is how do we come together and synergize our energies to be able to implement, as is the term which is widely used now, at speed and scale, ensuring quality, and most importantly, we should not build up something which does not stand the test of time. If you go to different villages in India today, one will appreciate and one will be awed with wonder as to the kind of watershed management that was there for hundreds of years. The local knowledge, the expertise on cropping patterns, the expertise in being able to handle water reserves and water resources, the indigenous knowledge to be able to bring in harmony in food, the nature and livelihood is quite incredible. The moment we think of any village in India, what comes to our mind and the way we have seen it as we have grown up is just about blues and greens. So blue and green is how Indian villages looked and felt like. And harmony has been at the bottom of the core way a village has been functioning. So today when we are talking of transformation and sustainable growth, I think the fulcrum of everything has to be this kind of a harmonious balance, wherein not just we drive with speed and scale access to various services which would be missing and which are missing across different states, the gram panchayats and urban local bodies, but at the same time see that the nuanced balance between nature, environment, the local requirements, the specifics of the area is also maintained. And for that, it is very important that as an approach in every program or in every venture, we cannot afford to have a top-down approach. It has to be bottom-up, and only then the harmony and balance will be maintained, and only then there will be sustainability. And for bottom-up approach, there are different ways in which I was listening to some of the presentations. Some excellent initiatives have been taken to capture people's voice and people's aspiration, and change agents driving it on the ground to actually bring about that impact. I always have seen in my few years of career that there are 4 women who drive incredible change in a village, and all of you will agree with me. And this foursome is actually quite an army of change, I would say. Starts off with the ASHA worker, the auxiliary mid-nursing wife, the ANM, the Anganwadi worker, and the village water sanitation committee president or chairman, as it is said in different parts of the country. When these 4 women come together, they literally cover the entire expanse of the phases of a human life. And together, if we just cast a glance at various parts of the country, the incredible stories of change that these 4 women as a group of change and aspiration have brought about is quite incredible. Then the next thing that I would like to focus after this is when we are talking of saturation, it is extremely important that we also look at finances. We look at efficiency, we look at quality, transparency, innovation, and technology. Very often there could be a tendency to invest in extremely expensive infrastructure, capital intensive solutions, but for a country like India, which has the kind of challenges that we have, we need very nuanced solutions. And for these solutions, technology, innovation, research, and local indigenous experience and knowledge is extremely important to be incorporated. Therefore, what Gauriji was mentioning, evidence-based planning, the correct technology, and that semblance of having researchers, think tanks, academic institutions, and innovation being incorporated as part of any program or mission is extremely important. And as we move forward, and we are today dealing with challenges, it is also very important that digital technology also drives various facets of our work. And today we see every youngster being equipped with some kind of a gadget. So bringing in and incorporating technology for transparency, technology for information, technology for empowering people with the right kind of information. Very importantly, people should also know what to look for and where. So equipping people with the right information at the right time and using digital platforms for this, I see a great scope for partners to bring in this kind of a value to any government program, irrespective of whether it is water or sanitation or health, energy sector, food production. In all these sectors, there is a lot of scope for that. The next thing that I would like to emphasize here, I saw a lot of youngsters in the audience. Today, for example, look at waste. India generates 150,000 metric tons of waste every day morning when we wake up in our cities. And of course, in the villages, it is more of green waste that or biodegradable waste that gets generated. Today is a time when we are talking of circularity, circular economy, how we will take out resource from wealth. So to be able to derive resource from wealth, we need innovations. And for that, we are looking at young minds, brilliant minds, experienced hands to give us solutions which are new because dimensions are changing. For example, I saw recently one youngster who's trying to come up with extremely innovative leather equivalent made out of floral products coming out of the different temples and calling that Florether. Somebody is trying to make extremely warm pashmina-like shawls from chicken feather out of the chicken waste that is coming. Somebody is trying to make a lot of products that go into event management like the one that you're having, which are made out of natural products. So the kind of scope of innovation with the diversity of work and challenges that we have is quite incredible. And I would really like to call upon institutions like yours, the youngsters who are sitting there, to come up, innovate, partner, try. Even if we fail, we learn from that, but we keep on providing solutions to our nation. Then all of us would appreciate that for any program, and specifically water and sanitation, to be successful, we've had an incredible 8 years learning experience from 2014. And if I have to put in 4 major buckets, the key aspects that have brought us wherever that we are, those would be 4 P's, as I keep emphasizing in almost every forum. And it starts with people, as I just said. It is people's aspirations and people's strength that will drive the program. And after that, the second P that I would like to emphasize is partners. Partners like all of you who come in with different kinds of knowledge and understanding and bring in great value. The third important is public financing, about which I have also discussed. How do we make good utilization of public finance so as to reach saturation, so as to have quality with answerability and accountability, and also about cost efficiency. And then the very important thing that I would like to mention as my 4th P is about political leadership. Political leadership drives programs. It brings in vision, it brings in strength. And once there is political leadership backing certain vision for the nation, certain priorities, then automatically synergies start developing. So water and sanitation happen to be two sectors today where the political leadership is actually driving it from the front seat. And all of us together in our own little roles that we have, we are committed to bring about that difference, to take our access of services and quality services towards saturation, and most importantly, to reiterate, in order to bring about the transformation, keep in centrality the principle of harmony and balance, which is very important to the socio-economic fabric of not just the rural India, but India as a nation. I thank all of you for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts. I compliment and congratulate BHU and the entire team of Wheels Water Council led by Gauri ma'am, and all the young participants who are sitting there, and the think tanks and the experts who have been sharing their views and bringing in so much of value to this entire discussion. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so very much, Rupa, for sharing your vision, your approach, your aspirations for this country. Thank you. I would now invite Dr. Manisha, Provost of Amrit University, to kindly share her perspective, her experiences in this domain, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I thank the organizers to give us the opportunity to present the work which we have done in the community, and it's very heartening to see a lot of change makers in this room, and hope we will be able to collaborate and work together in the future. I come from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham.
Would you like us to start the panel discussion in the meanwhile, and you can come back later? Please start the panel discussion. Dr. Manisha, may I request you to please take your seat, and we will we are starting the panel discussion. We have some eminent guests here, so we are just starting a quick panel discussion. Dr. Manisha will come back when her presentation is set up. So Abhishek, if you could please. Over to Professor Ranjan Ghosh. He is a professor at IIM Ahmedabad, and a very important member of our team. So over to you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you, Gauri madam. Thank you all the panelists, everybody here on the dais. If I have only one regret, Gauri madam, you're right, and that's of collaborative governance. So that basically is, extending from very important insights by another great scholar and practitioner called Elinor Ostrom, who was the first woman to win the Nobel Prize in Economics. I'm sure many of you know of her, in 2009, where she challenged this whole conception of, or whole prediction by Garrett Hardin in 1968, where he said that there is eventually a tragedy of the commons and all resources will get depleted and we will be in a world which doesn't exist. But she's challenged. She pointed the flaw in Hardin's argument, which is the ability of the communities, ability of resource users to come together and take charge of what they own. And this is the foundation of what we see. And she presented relentlessly, as we are seeing in practice with Gauri Madam. 40 years Lynn Ostrom spent trying to collect evidence and convince the global community. She went to Nepal, she went to Ethiopia, she went to India. She studied irrigation systems, which we are working on, and showed that they are more efficient. Many of them are more efficient than the state-owned, government-owned irrigation systems, and so on and so forth. And it was so convincing that she was, she could not be ignored any further. Can you please be a bit, quiet, or be a bit quieter? So she actually provided evidence for which she was recognized for the Nobel Prize. But what brings us to the fact or to the observation that resources do get depleted, tragedy of commons still happens, right? So she pointed to the collective action, the ability to act collectively and communities to come together. But what probably is missing, and which is now been extended by extended research and practice, as we see, is the role and support from different stakeholders. So the resource users, we are talking about water here, whether in remote mountainous regions or in watershed different rural areas, we are talking about rural resurgence here. What they miss or what they lack for its resources, they lack direction and they lack an ability to scale up. And that is what collaborative governance can bring in, where the state, where the policymakers, where the civil society, the scientific expertise, if all of this can come together at a platform, provide, and basically empower the resource users, empower the community, who are the actual unit of change. The unit of, what we see is that is what is going to change, eventually, bring the transition point. And this is what we are observing. We are trying to experiment, and I'm trying to just document. And with these models, what we are discussing here, with this, I will actually invite Mr. Joe Fernandez to be our first speaker, and he can share his experiences.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I know we're all trying to keep on time, so I will get immediately started. So as IIT, we're a foundation of IITians, and we're nationally scaling programs that are proven. And as the name suggests, technology is our forte. So what's exciting this year in this program that we've been working on for a few years is we've used technology to decipher India's water body system. Tanks that are 1 acre to 1,000 acres. And there are 5 lakh tanks. Now we can see them, and they represent 50,000 square kilometers of water capture. What Prime Minister Modi talks about, catch the rain, rainwater harvesting, we've got 50,000 square kilometers of capacity that can capture that rain. And what's interesting is these tanks don't just capture the rain, they use gravity to move it between tank and tank. Many of them have been built on subsurface high percolation land that allows the water to recharge the ground. And when we look into the ground, the aquifer flows them in different directions. So we're looking at a 360-degree flow of water. We can also use the technology to see how they're connected to rivers. We use the technology to see how they catch the runoff from hills. And so if you look at what this tank system represents, as a whole, it's an integrative watershed asset. It integrates with all the other assets that enable us to catch water. Rainwater is our largest source of water. And so truly it's an engineering marvel. It's been built from the last 4,000 to 5,000 years. And at that point, they were able to figure this out. And now with the technology, the invisible is visible. So we've also been able to measure the system's performance. And unfortunately, the numbers are not very good. The system is performing at 25% of its capacity today as an average across the country. So think of if you had to perform on just one leg or one arm instead of all your 4 appendages. How would you perform? And so this hobbled system It's no wonder we're seeing drought followed by floods, or floods followed by drought. Or we're seeing fallow land growing larger and larger, or we're even seeing rain depleting groundwater. So the silver lining, and this is where I think the convergence, is we're seeing a community-led model that is transforming this across the country. You see, these tanks themselves are natural composting hubs. When it rains, the bark, the flora, the fauna used to get collected in these tanks, and in a few years they would become high, rich silt. And the farmer community used to take the silt. But for the last several hundred years, that practice has been slowly lost. And restoring that practice, which is the community-led model, is creating a win-win-win. So the first is the farm soil is turning fertile. The second is the community is getting water. And the third is the tank system is being sustainably maintained. And so this model has now scaled to 9 states of the country. This year it moved 10 million cubic meters of silt and created 10 billion liters of water. And the biggest contributor of this, more than 75% of the cost of this program, is borne by the community. They are readily bearing this cost because of the benefit of the silt. And that's the amazing part. And now we're starting to see the convergence where central and state governments are supporting the solution in a very, very, very big way. Prime Minister Amrit Sarovar program, Prime Minister Modi's program, has set a goal for 75,000 such tanks to be rejuvenated or restored. Niti Aayog is funding this. This year they funded it in 10 aspirational districts. The 15th Finance Commission, the largest budget for Gram Panchayats, has said that their funds can be used now for desilting of their community tanks. State governments have been creating special schemes. Corporate CSR and foundations are funding it. And so now we can integrate this into corporate and government programs. And technology is playing a big role. Now that we have the technology, we can have any stakeholder look for a water-stressed area, identify the tanks, work with the community to demand that silt, run the program, and ensure that small and marginal farmers are also participating and benefiting. And all of this is run on an app that can be run nationally. And every year this process is repeated. We start with a small cluster of Gram Panchayats, and every year that expands as nearby communities start to demand the solution. And so it is creating what we call multiplicative scaling. Year 1 we did 1 million liters, year 2 100 million liters in an area, year 3 1 billion liters, and so on. And so as you start looking at these multiplicative scalings and do 1 state, 3 states, 9 states, and those are our actual numbers, this year 15 states, and next year the entire country, you're looking at exponential scaling. And so that's the whole model that's very exciting. A community-led model converging with government and corporate priorities to bring back the power of these 5 lakh tanks that really are our national treasure. And it's all based on one simple principle: a community-led model that's restoring their community tank system and reconnecting them to their water. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Joe. I now invite Mr. Surendra Makhija, who is Senior Vice President of Jain Irrigation Systems, to talk on corporate sector role in holistic water management. Over to you.
Good afternoon. In interest of time, I'm cutting short my presentation and my speech. Well, sustainability of water is essential for all human activities and for all aspirations for better quality of life. Now, when we talk about sustainability, what sustainability is all about? Is it not working? Okay. Pass me, okay. Chali. Power, environment, fisheries, agriculture, domestic household. The ecosystem must be made sustainable and circular. This puts spotlight on the need to recycle and reuse water and wastewater. For reuse, recycle wastewater for non-potable purposes to prevent the use of potable water for non-potable purposes, and that's very important. Corporates have the unenviable task of water stewardship within and outside the fence. Unlike developed countries where water is shared equally between the agriculture, urban, and the corporates or the industry, in India, nearly 80% of water is used in agriculture alone. And this luxury cannot be allowed to continue because of the competing demands from the other sectors. So it is necessary that a dialogue must be held with diverse set of stakeholders by the industry, communities, and farmers to mitigate the risk of conflict. Why we say that it is the onus of the corporates? Because generally in any ecosystem, presently the industries are seen as outsiders. Initially the people came, then they started doing agriculture, and industry has come at a later stage, and they are seen as a kind of a competitor in respect of various sources, land as well as water. And corporates should integrate sustainable water practices into their enduring core values. This is something which is fundamental to the corporate culture. They have to invest in science and technology to ensure that they produce a lot more with lot less of water. To give you the example, a steel maker should continuously strive to produce more steel per unit of water every time by investing into better technologies and improved practices and systems. The same applies to a farmer growing one or many crops. Outside the gate solution lie in water harvesting, storage, conservation practices, maximizing the value created per unit of water. Now this is the difference lies. Earlier we were talking about water use efficiency. Now we're talking about how much of value we can create per unit of water. And that is important. To give you an example, in countries like Israel, they're very short of water. They recycle and reuse water, but they don't grow either paddy or rice, paddy or wheat. They grow vegetables and fruits, and they create the maximum amount of value they can do from a limited quantity of water by exporting these vegetables and fruits to countries in Europe and elsewhere. In India, water and energy have become very emotional issues. And unfortunately, 50 to 60% of water is used in agriculture is wasted because of traditional irrigation practices. Therefore comes the issue of adoption of better and more efficient water use efficiency systems like drip irrigation system. In countries like Israel, Austria, Spain, almost 100% of the cultivated area is under drip and sprinkler irrigation system. I'm not here to talk about any particular technology, but I'm just telling you that this is how this can be done. And particularly in India, because 80% of water is used in agriculture, if you're able to make about 10% saving of water used in agriculture, this can provide a whole lot of water for the competing sectors. The other initiatives can be bring down the cost of capital, re-engineering creditworthiness of the farmers, focus on building value chains, infrastructure to lower the cost of logistics, promote agri-processing to avoid wastages. Summing up, invest in technologies that assist in producing more with a lot less. Eliminate wastages within and outside the fence. Foster collaborations and cooperation across all stakeholders, geographies and institutions. Design actions in a very collaborative manner. Include the unheard voice. We just heard Rupa Mishra Madam talking about leaving no one behind.
We need to move to the next speaker. We need to move to the next.
Okay. So, should I stop
Thank
here?
you very much. Yeah, I think we can. If
just-
we have
just-
some time, we can come back for questions.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have the Duckworth and Lewis method applied now, so we have to rush for the rest of the session. So over to you, Mr. Yogesh Andale from Wheels Water Council, who will talk about technology for sustainable water management.
Good afternoon. Gauri Madam has already explained the entire context in which the sustainable water management project is being executed. What I'm going to talk about is to make it feasible what kind of a technology solution that was devised. As has been shared earlier, we had very diverse champion partners with very different kind of working styles, the mechanisms, their own thought processes. They were all required to be aligned to deliver one common service, which is of rejuvenating the spring for getting more water for the villages. Now, how do you bring about this convergence? How do you bring about this convergence in thought, action, and everything, and make it sustainable? A portal was designed, and portal was designed, as Gauriji has already shared, in a top-down manner. The entire project was conceived in a top-down manner. What is the outcome that we are looking for? We start with the outcomes, and we break down those outcomes into tasks that will help us achieve these outcomes. And these tasks are executed by multiple different partners. Just to give you an example, as has been shared about this project, there are 3 supply side departments, 3 demand side departments. There are 5 champion partners who are delivering scientific, evidence-driven data, giving recommendations. These recommendations are being executed on the ground by, you can see, 6 departments. Now, if you look at the departments, the government departments, we find that each one is very, very focused on what they do. So, you know, this is a revelation to me that how much focused these departments, these officers are. A person who's working on a area, Manrega for instance, is absolutely buried into Manrega because it's the problem and the work that he's doing is so vast. Now, if we have to bring about convergence between these departments, then we have to have a tool which is simple, which is intuitive, which gives just the right kind of information at the right kind of time, right? Now, just imagine, to be able to design a mechanism for a holistic water management at a village level, you have to understand what the village is, what the resources are, where the springs are, then do a scientific study of the spring area, say which is the area that we are going to work on so that this spring, the flow, the rejuvenation takes place. Now, once we have done that, we develop a list of works. These X, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H has to be done. Now, these works are responsibilities of different departments, and then the department starts working. Now, you can imagine the complexity of the situation. I mean, I'm just trying to bring about the execution side of it because Gauriji has already shared the philosophy, the theory, the whole practice, the way it was whole devised. And I give entire credit to Gauriji to be able to visualize such a transformational project given his past experience. Now comes the next question. We have had villagers, we had local government, local NGOs, we had expert scientific organizations. They have done their work. Now the departments step in. The departments start doing the work. Now these works are being executed under various schemes, Manrega or forest departments, forestation mechanisms or Jal Shakti departments, some other scheme. Each department knows what is the task that it has to do. A, B, C, D, very clearly defined. This is a task, these are the requirements, this is the location. Of course, they came back. They came back and said, just giving me the lat long is not sufficient. Can you also give me the map? My field officer will, and me, I'll have an easy communication if I have a map before us. So we go back to the scientific agencies and say, help us make a map of it. And how do you make sure this information is available simultaneously to all the partners? The portal does it. You upload this map, you upload this file, and everybody, right from the rural, the community person, to the NGO, to the government department, to us, it's common available. And that's what the beauty of the portal is. Now, this portal provides, is able to communicate, is able to share information about this kind of a convergence across projects. It can be applied, and we have applied in waters, it can be applied in sanitation, it can be applied in agriculture, anywhere, wherever we are trying to converge, multiple different kind of agencies to deliver something common, something good. I'll just stop here for the moment for the brevity of time, otherwise, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Yogesh, for very nicely summarizing. Over to you, Dr. Manisha, for sharing your views.
So good afternoon, everybody. So as you can see that I come from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, which is a university from far south with multiple campuses from the different parts of the country with 8 campuses. And what makes us different is the principles which the university believes in is education for life, compassion-driven research, and global impact. So what I am going to talk is how this university is preparing its students to become become champions who can actually take forward the education for life and at the same time solve the global challenges in a compassion-driven approach. So my title of the talk is on the multimodal technology solutions. As you all know that there are a lot of targets has been brought in by the UN under the clean water and sanitation with access to safe and affordable drinking water, restoration of water related, strengthening participation and efficient use of resources. And government has brought in a number of schemes to achieve this. And we all have heard today from the morning the different schemes which government has brought in. But what is lacking today? They are putting a lot of effort to reach the community to take forward these different schemes. And when I have worked in the different communities, what I had seen is like some of the communities are aware of some scheme. Some of the communities are not aware of the other scheme. So what happens is whatever scheme they believe in, they start overdoing it. So they are not understanding the interrelationships of each of these activities and its impact. And we know that when you look at water sustainability, there is an interrelationship between the water access, water availability, at the same time with respect to the water governance, water quality, and also the awareness. So when they don't know the complete information, when I don't have the complete knowledge, I may do work on some particular area and which takes forward. Like if I give you just an example, like the water which comes in the Panchayat in Alapad, which is in Kollam district in Kerala, where the water comes through the pipe water. People believe that the pipe water is good. They will basically take the water and store it. And it's stored for maybe 48 hours. The moment it is 24 is crossed, bacterial regrowth starts. They don't know. So there the lack of knowledge of water quality is affecting there. So that means there is a lack of information. So now you need to empower the community to take forward this. So let me just jump fast forward from all these things to what is happening is like all the key objectives, whether it is UN or government comes in, we have to work on multiple dimensions. And they have a complex interrelationships which is taking us through the multiple trajectories to multi-scale impacts. And because of that, there is an interrelationship between these resource vulnerabilities to water quality, to anthropogenic activities, to the health burden which is bringing in. To take care of this, we have come up with an app called Empower Community app, which allows the community to understand and map their resources and take forward of tracking these things. And this is further taken forward in such a manner that they have come up where they have integrated into a geospatial platform, which is called Mera Gav Hamara Jal, where each and every community member is mapping their resources, its quality, etc., and the water quality parameters and practices which help us in the long run to have a community level I utilize, or how much I am using, where is my septic tank, how far it is, etc. So this, once they started mapping it, they get into the awareness of their interrelationship naturally, so that they are able to take forward. And from that we move into the platform where it will actually move towards to the water sustainability indices, where water poverty index, water stress index, etc., etc. in the state level to the household level, to the individual level it comes in, so that we are able to, the local governance system is able to pinpoint where I have to help, what I have to bring in. And thus Amrita has worked on a large work on the clean drinking water solutions and providing sanitation through 4,000 toilets by women building their own toilets, and this 2050 clean drinking water solution with the aim to contamination level is so high that it is a bigger impact on the health, and they brought in the solution for the water purification, which later turned into the larger program of Jeevamritam. And why it has moved into it, because of that interest, because they worked in the community, they got into the interest, they started analyzing the data from our water resource department's data. What are the parameters causing largely? So Kerala, if you look, supposed to be like very educated land, but you have the highest coliform and E. coli in the country. So that's where they went into the bacterial contamination.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manisha, for a brilliant presentation, and my apologies that we were short of time, but a brilliant presentation. Thank you. Let me now introduce Dr. Professor Asit Biswas. Professor Asit Biswas is a very well-known international expert. He is a holder of can hear you. Asit, can you please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Asit, we are able to hear you. Please
Hello?
go ahead. Yes, हमें connect कर दीजिए please. मुझे
Hello?
unmute कर दीजिए. Asit, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Asit, please go ahead. We can hear you. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Asit, we can. Please go ahead.
Yes. Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to address this Rural Ideal Village Conference. I think it is very much needed, and I regret very much not being able to meet you today. Last week, I was in Delhi, and both Professor Tortahada and I spent considerable time with Gauri. And what impressed us is her dynamism, her vision for the future, and what she has done so far. It is truly impressive. I also listened to some of the speeches and discussions this morning. I would like to put in my few words on that. For India, villages are very important. I recall a discussion I had with late Pranab Mukherjee when he was the Minister of Finance. And Minister Mukherjee then told me, and later President Mukherjee, Minister Mukherjee then told me, the real finance minister of India is not himself, but the real finance minister is monsoon. If India has a good and timely monsoon, the GDP automatically goes up. Everything, the rural areas become richer, they produce more production, and it is the monsoon that dictates India's finance in many ways. So now what we're trying to do, what Gauri and others are trying to do with the ideal. No one in India has done such a study that how much water is needed. Ministry of Urban Affairs has said that for cities, 130 liters of water is needed. The current program for the rural areas speak of 55 liters per person per day. So the first question we need to ask is, what is the scientific evidence on the basis of which we are taking these figures? Ladies and gentlemen, I have to submit to you, there is absolutely no scientific evidence on these figures. In fact, if we look at all over the world, only country that has made such a study on how much water a person needs to lead a healthy and productive life is Singapore. In 1965, when Singapore was very similar economic situation, as in Delhi or Chennai or Mumbai. They did a 10-year study to see how much water is needed to live a healthy and productive life. And this study came to the conclusion that you need a minimum of 75 liters of water to lead a healthy and productive life. Beyond 75 liters, there is no effect on your health or on medical conditions, hospital admissions, or any other issue. So we had to at last assume that India, with very similar tropical conditions, probably would need around 75 liters per capita per day. So if we start from there, then the question comes, in the urban areas, why are we using 130 liters per capita per day? And why are we using 55 liters per capita for the villages, which is not enough to lead a healthy and productive life? It is good to have a level of 55, but we have to plan for more. And reports, analysis is currently now from other hot countries like Mediterranean countries now indicate that perhaps 75 to 80 liters of water is enough for the urban and perhaps rural areas. Now then, the first question comes, how do we plan for it? One of the things we are not doing in India, and I spent considerable time discussing these issues last week in Delhi, we are not doing in India, we're not giving enough thought on how to manage water quality and how to manage wastewater. We are going to provide, let's say, 55 liters of water to every villager. That is excellent progress. And in fact, it is a remarkable progress because for the first time in my 60 years of work in this area, I find the top policymakers are giving water supply and sanitation a high political priority, which simply did not exist before. So my hats off to the Modi government to giving high priority to water supply and sanitation. But we need to start thinking about what do we mean by water supply and sanitation. Even if we provide 55 liters per capita per day to rural villagers, we need to think now, how do we ensure that that 55 liters of water that an individual uses, how the wastewater is treated? Because the biggest problem is after the water is used, much of it becomes wastewater. And in India, and growing up in Balasore, in Odisha, I know that when the water comes to the house, and when it came first to our house, that wastewater disposal was a big problem. And one of the biggest problems is you see puddles of water outside the house, which is a fertile ground for mosquito breeding and for issues like malaria and dengue. So we have to start thinking about not only provide water to the houses, but also how to take wastewater from the houses so that these problems do not arise. Here, traveling all over India, or parts of India, India is very different from Punjab to Arunachal Pradesh. In Punjab, when I go to the rural areas, what I see, the people are well off. They are using reverse osmosis in the villages to clean water and drink. But what we are not thinking about is what happens when you use reverse osmosis, even in Delhi or Moga in Punjab. In Delhi, everyone uses RO, at least everyone I know uses RO. But I did not find one study which sees what is the quality of water that is coming out after RO on the other side, And if people are changing membrane as frequently as needed, because if you don't change membranes as frequently as needed, the membrane becomes the main sources of pollution. So we need to start thinking about many of these issues, side issues, not only providing water. We talked about sanitation. The biggest mindset change that is needed now in India is wastewater is a resource. It is not a waste. Why do I say that? Because wastewater is a major source of energy. If we see now in different parts of the world, let me give you some examples. Examples like Aarhus, a town in Denmark, now treats all its wastewater from the energy produced from the wastewater. Even after that, it has 60% excess energy that is extracted from wastewater that is sold to the grid. There is no reason why cities like Delhi, Benares, cannot treat all its wastewater and then generate energy from wastewater. And wastewater is also a source of fertilizer. Use it for productive purposes. So we have to change our mindset, and when we talk wastewater, we have to start thinking differently. Also, in Scotland, for example, wastewater is a major source of it. A small village like Dumfries, now the district heating in winter is provided by wastewater, and these are some of the ways to reduce the carbon footprint of the future by using wastewater for productive purposes. Now, few things I'd like to submit to you. Water management is not a rocket science, either for urban areas or for rural areas. We know what is to be done, and we have known for a long time. What it needs is political will and top-up, top-down, and bottom-up approach. There must be enabling policies in place, and there must be bottom-up approach to make that possible. Top-down approach does not work, and bottom-up approach, in my view, and after 60 years of experience, exclusive bottom-up approach will not work. We have to have a mixture of top-down and bottom-up. How do we do that? And that is a major issue we are facing now. But when we look at water management, urban water or rural water management, I suggest we don't look at, we look at what other countries, other developing countries have done. You will be surprised to hear that the capital of Namibia, Windhoek, for some 50 years now, has been treating its wastewater, then using the wastewater as a direct source of potable water to its capital city. And 50 years they haven't had a problem because they have a good monitoring system of the whole process. If Windhoek can do it, why cannot cities like Delhi do it? Because Delhi has much better capacity, better technology, and more wealth than Windhoek. Similarly, if we look in the rural areas, I see tremendous advances in small towns, small villages, like small villages of Morocco, which perhaps could be some of those examples could be used successfully in India. So instead of developing new areas, we need to look at what other countries, other developing countries have done, which are worth looking at and see why we are succeeding. If we look at even Phnom Penh, which is a capital city of Cambodia, Phnom Penh's now key performance indicator of Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority, which is a public body, is, most people will be surprised to hear, is better than London, better than Paris, better than Los Angeles. BHU and the others and the IITs, they need to start thinking about what do you do when the tanks that are rejuvenated do not have water because of prolonged drought, which will be. I remember in my house in Balasore, our pond used to, in some summers, the pond we had used to dry up completely in the summer. And then winter. So in my view, Delhi's water problem and all the megacities' water problem are not going to change very much unless we change the institutional structure and the management structure of the Delhi Jal Board. If you give a IS officer a 3-year or 4-year stay with a definite KPIs to be performed, as is done in Singapore within those 3 years, and his or her annual performance evaluated, I submit to you 60% of Delhi's or Chennai's or Mumbai's water problem will be solved with the existing resources and existing conditions without any difficulty. So we need to start looking at not only that we don't have enough water, but how we are managing water. Because my view is India does not have a water problem because of lack of resources. It makes life difficult, but that can be solved. But India's real problem for the future, and I have no doubt that in 10 years' time, water situation in India, especially for drinking water, will be much better than what it is now, even though India's population and urbanization will be significantly higher in 10 years or 20 years' time. With that, I would like to conclude. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my views with you.
Thank you very much, Asit, for that very perceptive, very deep understanding and sharing your suggestions, your recommendations based on your wide experience across the globe. And we now invite Dr. Cecilia to deliver her keynote address, please. Dr. Cecilia. We have a recorded message from her, so we'll be playing that. Sorry, we have eaten into your lunch time, and while Cecilia is here, somebody, people can sit here, listen to her, or we can move for lunch. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience, and thank you all the students. You heard Rup.
Good afternoon. I would first like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very important meeting. I will be talking about water and environmental management in terms of policies, and this work will be based on research that I already carried out with Dr. Dinesh Kumar, from Executive Director from the Institute for Resource Analysis and Policy in Hyderabad. So the topics I will be discussing today are water scarcity, pollution, sanitation, and wastewater use and reuse. From cities and towns, where wastewater treatment plants are either absent or have inadequate capacity. It is estimated that between 75 and 80% of water pollution, in terms of volume of water polluted, is from domestic sources. Most cities in India are struggling to supply water to their population. And the situation is not better in rural areas. Wastewater to pollute greatly depends on access to widely across states, from 20% of the population in Bihar, 30% in Assam, 35% in Kerala, 96.8% in Chandigarh, and 95.5% in Himachal Pradesh. But there is not so much variation in the percentage of people with access to water for household purposes. Access to water for use in toilets also does not show a wide variation across states, as most of the toilets either do not have a water connection or a reliable water supply. Of the urban households in Bihar, Assam and Kerala, 82%, 91%, and 99% respectively have access to water for use in toilets from other sources. Along with modern improved toilets, building a sewer network is extremely important for environmental sanitation. The part of the urban population with sanitary toilets is about 89% at the national level. However, the number of administrative wards in the
I'd like
urban
to
areas connected to the
request all the
sewer
present.
line is septic tanks. The problem of septic tanks is that they don't receive the maintenance that is necessary, creating enormous problems in terms of environmental pollution. With more people migrating to cities and towns, leading to higher population density in the urban centers, on-site sanitation systems can pose greater health risks, also with high risk of contamination of groundwater and soil. Analysis of secondary data shows that a smaller proportion of the water supply, around 70%, is collected by the sewer systems in metropolitan cities and as compared to Class 1, where it is higher, about 79%, and Class 2 cities, where collection is about 80%. Of the wastewater collected in metros, 71% approximately is treated, compared to 35% in Class 1 cities and only 13% in Class 2 cities. It can be concluded, therefore, that the infrastructure for wastewater collection and treatment is poor in Class 1 and much more in Class 2 cities compared to metros. Since 2005, the government of India has taken concerted action to prevent water pollution. As a result, the capacity of wastewater treatment systems in the cities and towns has significantly enhanced between, for example, 2005 and 2015, although this has been partially offset by the increase in effluent generation. This is, we have more wastewater. In 2005, the treatment capacity for domestic wastewater, or domestic sewage, I should say, was 18% of sewage generated, with actual capacity utilization of 72.2%. This was in 2005. By 2009, treatment capacity had increased to 11,000 million liters per day, or 30% of the sewage generated. But the capacity utilization was only 65%. By 2015, treatment capacity had increased to more than 22,000 million liters per day, but as of 2016, only 38% of the collected sewage was getting treated. So our amount of wastewater is increasing, and less percentage of it is being treated. Out of the more than 17,000 million liters per day of treatment capacity reported in 2013 from the three categories of cities across India, Maharashtra and Class 2 cities show an overall capacity utilization of less than 65%. The main reasons for this are problems with operation and maintenance and the absence of sewage networks. There is significant variation in capacity utilization across states, with Gujarat recording the highest percentage at Abad, and also in Gujarat. However, the water use is only a small fraction of the treated wastewater that is being generated. A major constraint is in the transport of treated wastewater to localities where demand exists. Regarding health implications, as the studies suggest, pollution of source water, both groundwater and surface water, contamination of water during transmission, and poor environmental sanitation cause public health hazards through waterborne diseases. Between 2013 and 2017, the country registered almost 70 million cases of waterborne diseases. Diarrhea, the biggest killer, caused the biggest number of deaths during these periods. And all this only because of water that is polluted. Now, case studies of pollution hotspots in Allahabad, Ludhiana, and tanneries in Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and West Bengal confirm the high prevalence of waterborne diseases caused by water pollution and environmental degradation. Economic analysis of wastewater treatment plants that can be used in the country's context is largely absent. Very little is known about the potential trade-offs between improving the environmental performance of the treatment plants in terms of quality of treated effluents and their economic, particularly the cost of the treatment systems, as well as the social, environmental, and overall benefits. Urban water utilities have some resistance to charge the consumers to recover the treatment cost, and communities living in and around urban areas are not always willing to pay for ecosystem services. Therefore, the reuse potential of treated wastewater for municipal, irrigation, and industrial water supply and the economic gains from the same are still on tap. In this case, it is important to know the size of the market of treated wastewater of different quality. For example, for irrigation and drinking water supplies, industrial water supplies, and the location where such markets are likely to emerge. Currently, although a large amount of treated wastewater is available, even from cities falling in water-scarce regions, not all of it is consumed in the neighboring region due to insufficient demand. Lack of adequate infrastructure for transport of treated water to the areas where it is required is also a factor limiting the demand. Lack of awareness among the farmers about the long-term benefits of using treated wastewater over untreated wastewater is another constraint. This is where government policies that encourage reuse of wastewater can be very valuable. The fundamental issue is that there are no economic incentives for industries and agriculture and commercial establishments to use treated wastewater over water from conventional sources or untreated wastewater. Given the fact that treated wastewater is emerging as an important component of the overall water balance, state governments need to frame policies on wastewater reuse for all non-potable sectors. This would be very beneficial. In future, the volume of treated wastewater available from city peripheries is going to be larger, with large-scale water imports increasing pressure on urban water utilities to comply with environmental management safeguards. We also need greater willingness on the part of urban population to pay for environmental management services as a result of the needs that water scarcity and the oversupply of wastewater will represent. This is wastewater that is treated has an enormous potential and can represent and represents an untapped source of water supply for all users. Finally, social and economic benefits from reuse of treated wastewater and creation of financially viable models for investment in wastewater treatment can bring numerous benefits from all points of view. It will also benefit health aspects, it will also benefit the environment. With this, I finish my presentation and thank again the organizers for inviting me to the session today.